Okay. Would you like to play the whole thing, or did you just have the first movement?
We're just doing the first movement.
Okay, good. Well, that's fantastic. You're playing at a very high level. I think it's a good thing you've already named your group because that helps create some group unity, and I definitely think you should continue as a group. It's very important. A quartet ends up having an identity that is a combination of the four separate identities and yet separate from it. And in your case, I think you've already gone a very, very far way towards having that identity. So that's really to be celebrated. For the theme in the beginning, this is such a special atmosphere. I can't think of another string quartet like it. It's an atmosphere of, I don't know, singing in the mists of an old church graveyard or something. It's both simultaneously spooky and peaceful and a little bit unsettling and a little bit intimate without ever being very settled in any one of those moods. And it's a very tricky atmosphere to create through the lens of Zoom. It's hard to hear all of the subtleties of your sound to see if you're doing it. One thing I would suggest to Micah, your first violinist, is either in the exposition or the recap, not necessarily both times, but I'd like you to consider the magic of the D string, because to do it one of those two times,
William, excuse me. Sir William. Sir William.
Yes?
I think, were you able to set your settings to original sound already?
What is that? Sorry, I don't know what that is.
I need to walk you through that. So are you on a computer right now?
Yes.
All right, let us please click the arrow beside the mute button at the lower left.
Okay.
And then it will take you to the, please click the audio settings at the bottom of that menu.
Okay.
And then you will see a box there that says, look for the suppress background noise and just set it to low.
Let me see.
Suppress background noise.
Under audio.
Under microphone, it's just, under audio, and then just around the middle of that box there.
Set it to low?
Yeah, set it to low, please.
Okay.
And then the next ones, there's the music and professional audio. Please check the show in meeting option to enable original sound.
Okay.
And then check the high fidelity music mode.
Ah.
Yeah, so check the two of those. And then we can go back to the main screen. And then at the top left of your screen, you will see original sound off. Make sure you click that so that it now shows original sound on.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, now it says, I clicked it once, so now it says turn off original sound.
Oh, now it says turn off.
So it must be on right now.
Is it color blue right now?
I don't know. I'm a little colorblind.
I think that is already correct. Yes.
Okay. Let me try playing that again and see if it sounds better. You guys can tell me. Better?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know about any of that stuff. I'm sorry. Just consider the D string one of those two times. And maybe the first time. And also one of the issues at the beginning, I think, is that there is a phrase shape that it's very easy to fall into, where everything is da, 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 da. It's like always the first half of the phrase is the question, and then the second half is kind of the answer. And rather than having a beautiful phrase shape, I think you have to change how you interpret that shape based on the background harmony. Is the harmony stable or unstable? Is it moving in a clear forward direction, or is it moving towards a cadence? So, for instance, going back to the very beginning, okay, we're going to assume Micah will try it on the D string, but I think this goes for violin too, viola and cello as well, to think about what is the violin one doing? How can you support that? So even though your part appears to be the same measure after measure, the dynamic profile should be very different. If the harmony feels more intense, perhaps you're a little louder. If it's less intense, then you move away from that. So can we go back to the very beginning and try that with, try it on the D string, Micah, see what you think. You should send a little shiver of fear running up your spine, perhaps. And then also, Micah, also vary the vibrato faster. Right now it's speed, and also that large bow change. I hear it's a very clear bow change. Maybe more sul tasto over the fingerboard, and much. You should not be able to tell the string change. Sorry. Actually, I would probably do it in second position so that you have fewer string changes. It's another option. Okay, actually there, Micah, try to avoid, if you can, crossing strings for just one note. So when I say D string, I mean like actually staying on the D string until, let me look at the score here. Well, maybe for the first 8 measures we play, so the first 10 measures, all of that on the D string. Fast vibrato, nervous. You're in a graveyard, remember. Okay, good. That was great. And Micah, I really loves these changes. And then I think the rest of you can help create this variety in the phrase shape by really, as the music gets more anxious, really show the contrast. I mean, think of the marking of pianissimo as indicating a layer. There's the pianissimo layer, and then above it, the piano layer, then mezzo piano, etc. Within pianissimo, you've got to think that you've got pianissimo 0.1 and pianissimo 0.9, and within that have a huge ability to really create some serious unease. For instance, especially when she's going. I see a viola, for instance, has. And I think it would be helpful once to exaggerate, for violin, too, viola, cello, exaggerate your sense of what the dynamic profile can be. And then if it becomes too much, I'll tell you, oh, it's too much. But for now, some of this sense of unease can come from you. Again, beginning. Great, I much better. Now for Kenneth and Mary Hazel, I think some of what I'm talking about too has to do with your dotted half note. Think about how much variety you can put in that dotted half note. The dotted half note is either ta, or it's ta da da da. Yeah, I mean sometimes you will want to do a decay, but other times sustain or even a crescendo. And right now what I hear most of the time, you're choosing the decay option, which is da, da 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 da. And sometimes, particularly when it's more intense, I think it calls for instance, when Micah has the da, ya, da, you know, the viola and cello, you can go da, 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 yeah, much more. So I think that's the thing, is one of the things that's great about quartet playing is sometimes the thing that looks a little boring on the page actually isn't. You can give the life of the passage with something like a dotted half note. So okay, moving on to the next points. Then we get into a part where people alternate with these triplet figures, and paradoxically, of course, you do want to practice them, and I can see for the most part you have as individuals, which is good. But at the same time, in a musical sense, it's got to be this feeling of you're making something up, and at the same time, you're just a little bit lost and confused. So, you know, you go. And then when everyone comes in again, it should be kind of a surprise. And I got simultaneously the idea that maybe you could practice it as individuals a tiny bit more, but also that it felt too planned, like da da dee 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 da da dee, boom. And instead it's got to be like dee da dee da dee da dee da dee. I don't know where I am. Where am I? Kind of a little bit lost and afraid and fading away to nothing. And then especially when it where the viola later plays a variation on it that has some double sharp. And by that time, it's the triplet figure is more confident, it's more comforting, and actually just Mary Hazel, just make sure to get that double sharp in tune. I know it's a tricky spot, but I'm sure you'll practice it. So just from there, where that whole triplet thing starts, maybe if we could go there, and viola and cello have. So you have these utterances that appear to have a lot of confidence mixed with. something that should sound a bit pale and lost. I know what it is. Yeah, for instance, there, Micah, I hear you were doing great with the character until the very last note. And then it get a little bit of a kick because you're trying to get to the down bow. You kind of have to just take the risk of pretending like that's the last note you're ever going to play and nothing will ever come after it. And then, yeah, there is something that comes after it. So, you know, like, yeah, and it's a very sudden, huge motion that should almost take you by surprise. But if you telegraph it, there's going to be a surprise, then it doesn't work as a surprise. Good, and that was good. There was a little bit of a rushed feeling of like, I don't know where I am and I don't like that and I want to get out of here. And instead it's got to be like, yeah, you should sound scared, but without the tools to get out of there. And so, yeah, don't rush. In fact, some quartets do almost a tiny retard on each of these little figures and then watch each other for the entrance again. But yeah, it should, this is such a spooky graveyard at midnight kind of quartet because it's got all these things that it should kind of make your skin crawl a bit. Try again from right there. Yeah, sure. Stop. I mean, I hate to have to talk about intonation, but please, Mary Hazel, what's your fingering for that? Can I see? Yeah. I like the musical spirit of it, but sometimes for something that's that difficult, it's better to pick just the fingering that's most reliable. I would actually do it in half position. So I don't know how well, let's see how well you can see me. So I'm in half position, and then I go up to first. 2, 1, 1. I think eventually the fingering you used, it's got a lot of advantages, although the more I think about it, this is one of the few sunny and open and smiling parts of the movement. So actually, the simpler fingering does kind of go better with the character, because here, finally, we're not in the graveyard, or maybe we are, but it's daytime, and so, yay. Try the simpler fingering. See if it works. No, simpler. Just stay in. Here, let me look at your part again. So yeah, once you leave half position, just stay in first position. Yeah. it's in tune, and it actually matches the character here, which is yay, it's not super scary for once. So yeah, I would go with that. And then one thing I was going to talk about later that comes to mind, because we just hit a passage where there's some octaves. It was right before you got into the current thing. Mary, Hazel, and March, you have that chromatic thing. In general, I think when you have octaves, it's one of the trickiest things in a quartet. And the one trick that will always work to make the intonation appear better is to have the lower octave slightly louder and more confident, and whoever is in the upper octave has to play a little softer. So if we go back a bit to that specific spot, I don't have your exact addition, so I don't know what the measure number or rehearsal letter is, but it's like 10 or so measures before that, you have like that. You're both marked piano, you both have a diminuendo, but if Mary Hazel is slightly louder and then March is slightly softer, it will be more in tune. Try that, just the two of you. Oh yeah, beautiful. See, it's kind of like a dirty trick, but it works. So, you know, it's the way to make things sound more in tune without actually changing that much. So it really works. And I think throughout, you know, later you have many passages in octaves. Whoever is the lower octave within that dynamic indication should be louder. Okay, moving on to the, you know, this passage that we were in. Oh, no, sorry, going to the following passage, the Dolce. I think throughout the piece you have accents that mean different things, and one of the ways to create the contrasts is to make sure that the different accents are different, but always present a contrast. For instance, in this place, how does the accent differ from the notes around it? Maybe it gets suddenly a faster vibrato. But the energy that comes from a contrast of articulation can be really considerable. Yeah, we could all start from there. It's after a fermata that everyone has. And then just when you have the accents, think about how they're different here than they are later. And maybe do them more with vibrato speed. Okay, now there's one of the places where, unfortunately, the octave trick for intonation doesn't really work, because rather than octaves, it's chords. And so when you get to there, you know, I think you will have to go through it a bit note by note, and starting with whoever has the root of the chord, then whoever has the fifth, adding them, and then whoever has the third, adding them, going note by note. Good. I wanted to move a bit into the development. And in the first part of the development also, I think you can sound more anxious. It's a perfect fourth higher than the beginning. And so also, you know, like Micah, you can favor higher fingerings and higher positions. Like that, and by playing around with the vibrato, the speed of the vibrato combined with the speed of the bow, you have to figure out how to create a feeling of anxiety with, of course, not feeling it yourself. I think that was Richard Strauss's advice to young conductors. The audience should sweat, not the conductor. So same thing here. I mean, you have to figure out how to create anxiety without yourself feeling anxious. And one of the ways to do that is you think of it very clinically. How do I vary my vibrato? And that's something you can, frankly, we can always work on as individuals as well. In Indianapolis, where I'm from, I attended a violin recital in, I think, late May. I was visiting my parents. And it was the winner of the, no, not winner, but one of the finalists of the violin competition, which is a big international competition there. And I wasn't thrilled, as I thought later. It was like he had a good sound, and that's not good enough. You got to have many, many good sounds that are each one of them appropriate to the part of the piece you're doing, and then would be totally different in a different piece by a different composer. So playing around with things like, you know, okay, like Micah, for instance, you have, now I've heard about 2 different vibratos that you have. I'd love to hear 7 different vibratos. So like, so that when there's a little more intensity, perhaps the vibrato is faster and narrower, and then it slows down a little bit. And the vibrato has to be just as supple and changing as the character, right? Because the vibrato is how we as the audience will hear the character in many ways. Why don't you start at that part of the the development where it's everyone's arrived in D minor and the second violin is, and then the first violin comes in with the melody. I think that Micah and March, you should kind of have more fun with the competitive aspect of this, with the dramatic aspect of you know, like March, you can be like, oh, so you think you're the first violin? Well, you know, and then Micah, your answer is sort of like, yes, I am the first violin. And March is like, are you sure? You know, because it's from that kind of interplay that some of the great drama of quartet can happen. So can I hear just the 2 of you there? And it should be a bit of an ego-driven battle. great. Yeah. You guys are very smart. You hear something once and you solve it. That's good. I like it. And then for all four of you, actually, I got a note about that note where they just arrived. I have it in this score. I don't know what you have. I have a fortissimo diminuendo. Is that what you guys have? Interesting. Because what I heard last time, I heard a fortissimo, diminuendo, crescendo, sforzando, staccato. All of that. And that's not what's written. So, you know, I don't think you don't make the diminuendo all the way to pianissimo, but it felt a bit like you were worried that it had gotten too soft, and so you brought it back up again. I think you can go... Maybe think of it as like fortissimo diminuendo to approximately mezzo forte, so that it's something that makes an impact, and then the impact kind of, it reminds me actually, one of the things I like to talk about in teaching is how much of music mimics the natural world, and how sometimes just like going into a park and just watching things for a half hour, you can actually learn a lot as a musician. Because like, let's say a big boulder falls on the ground and there's, you know, you see dust settling or something. There's a physicality to that, a way that what happens after the impact is like explained by laws of physics, right? And so in music, often the same thing happens. So that note, it's like a big impact, and we hear that impact diminish, but not all the way, because then, you know, later there's 2 beats rest, and then taka-taka-dan, that starts up again. But that chord should have the feeling of like, boom, it has this impact that is like a natural phenomenon, this huge force, right? And so try that, see if it can sound more natural, like the boulder has dropped, and it has dropped on your soul.
Let's play the whole bar, not just the 1, 2,
3. Yeah, okay, so there you weren't quite together, and then some of you diminuendoed actually too much. Try just that chord. So Micah, just give the cue and you'll all play that chord. It'll be exactly together, fortissimo diminuendo to about mezzo forte. Just that note. Yeah, okay, that was good. For my ear, actually, Kenneth, the cello did not speak soon enough. So maybe it has to do with the strings being lower, and sometimes you have to anticipate. So again. Oh, I love that. That was good. Yeah, more of that kind of quartet playing, please. Okay, just moving on into the recapitulation. I think, Micah, my final advice to you about that D string thing, I think it's very good in the beginning. And then in the recap, maybe you can decide if you do it or not. But definitely in the beginning of the 2 times, it works beautifully in the beginning. And then as you moved into the recapitulation, again, we have the triplet figure, and I think both in the exposition and the recapitulation, what happens both times is that this triplet figure is introduced, and at the beginning, it's like it doesn't have that much confidence, right? It's like, as I said, it's like it gets kind of lost and it doesn't know how to start again. And then as it goes on, it not only gets more confident, but brings us into a sunnier, happier place. One thing I noticed in the recapitulation, in precisely the part where you should be creating a feeling of more confidence, you sounded a little less confident. So this is like after the chords, which, it's like... yeah, and then the viola and cello have all that stuff. And it sounded like both Kenneth and Mary Hazel, like you didn't want me to notice that maybe you hadn't practiced it as much as you'd hoped.
Well, I did notice. So,
yeah, I think if you just practice it a little bit on your own, and then because confidence is something that you as players absolutely should have. And I can, zoom in to the Philippines from Mexico City and tell you, you should have confidence because you have a very good quartet sound and you're all playing at a high level. But confidence is also something that sometimes is inherent to the music and sometimes not. Like sometimes we want to create a musical representation of what it's like not to feel confident, and that's kind of what happens when the triplet figure starts, as I was alluding to earlier, this idea of that stuff. It should sound not confident, even though Micah in her heart of hearts is of course very confident, which is good, but then later when it's more Kenneth, Mary Hazel doing the thing, and then we start to go into a major tonality, you should actually create the musical feeling of confidence as well. It should sound like the line knows where it's going and is enjoying flowing to that destination. So let's try that in the recapitulation, maybe starting from where it's less confident. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, now this is the place where you don't sound confident, and a few more minutes in the practice room, each of you by yourself, I think will give you the confidence you need. It's tricky. It's the finger equivalent of a tongue twister, right? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? That kind of thing. And so you just need to put in the time with your best friend, the metronome, and maybe also do rhythms. Like whenever there's triplets, I like to practice the triplets separate bows, ta 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 ta, and then going back to the beginning of the passage, ta 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 ta, and then again going back to the beginning, ta 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 ta. So in this case, for instance, if I were March, that place where you just stopped, I would practice that. And then and that just makes making sure it's absolutely clear and clean and beautiful. And then, so, you know, I trust you. I don't like to say things in a mean way, but yeah, you do need to practice those triplets individually, and then you'll be able to both feel the confidence and project it, because I think that is a place where the musical line should enjoy the process of flowing to the destination. Okay, so we have the recapitulation, and then the recapitulation comes to an end, and there's a little coda. Let me see where that is. Oh yeah, and then in the coda, you have these times where all four of you have these big chords, ton, ton, like that. And be careful that it's not, you don't have to be too rough with it, because since you're all playing, it's only forte, it's not like quadruple forte or something. So in the coda, make sure you're not too rough. And in Schubert, even the loud unison chords should have a feeling of dum, dum. It's like they're majestic, and they have this energy that goes down and a little bit up at the same time. It's not like an accent in Shostakovich or something, where it's, you know, very aggressive. Good. Well, yeah, and I think in general in the second half as well, when you have passages and octaves, work on that, and work on the little trick of having the person with the lower voice playing just a little bit louder. But in general, yeah, I think you can be very pleased with yourselves, and to take your playing as a group to the next level, start asking yourselves questions like, okay, we have a good sound. How do we get 7 good sounds? We have, you know, we are playing as a group. How do we do that in a way that, you know, doesn't reveal the technical concerns we each have as individuals? And part of that is, yeah, you know your part inside and out, but then the other part is trying to figure out, well, what is the emotion that the music is trying to express here? And if the music is trying to sound like a scared, lost little kitten, that's what it should sound like, but none of you should be scared, lost kittens, you know? So it's tricky to be confident inside while creating a musical representation of something that is not that. But I think you're well on the way, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to hear you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Right. On to our next thing.
Thank you very much, Sir William, for
Welcome.
teaching the students of the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra. And I think you're going to the next class already. It's a different
Yes.
Zoom link.
Yes. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second hour of our Summer Out There International Music Festival 2021 live streaming at the Manila Symphony Orchestra YouTube channel, coming here from Circuit Makati. Our next teacher, let me introduce our next teacher. His name is Odin Rathnam from the USA. Praised by critics worldwide for innate musicianship, brilliant technique, and a sound that recalled the great violinists of past generations, Mr. Rathnam is a world-renowned concert violinist, recording artist, and violin teacher. He received his formal training at Juilliard Pre-College and Mannes College of Music with Sally Thomas and Anne Setzer, returning to the Juilliard School as a full scholarship student of Dorothy DeLay and Masao Kawasaki. He studied chamber music with Julius Levin, Felix Gallimir, Joel Smirnov, and Joseph Gingold. He also worked closely with the Danish violinist and pedagogue Anker Buch, who is credited by many for bringing Ivan Galamian's teachings to Denmark. Mr. Rathnam's commitment to the development of young talents has led many of his students to be accepted at major conservatories throughout the United States and abroad, several going on to win prizes in national and international competitions, including the Fischoff, Nielsen, and Queen Elizabeth competitions. Our next chamber group for this morning is called the HIRAYA Quartet, composed of Jeanne Marquez on the first violin, E.J. Villarin on the second violin, Lance Tulagan on the viola, and Luis Talusan on the cello. So the quartet HIRAYA is going to perform Dvořák's Quartet in F major, Opus 96, the American Quartet. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our quartet HIRAYA, and later on they will be coached by Maestro Odin Rathnam.
Bravo, 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 bravo. Well, first of all, I want to tell you, you're doing a lot of the right things. Many of the, it's very characterful. I like a lot of your gestures. I like a lot of your drive in certain places, the way that you're breathing together and playing as a group. This is clearly a group that has rehearsed together and has put some thought into your reading. I have to ask you a couple of questions. When you guys rehearse together, do you usually keep a score with you? Are you working with a score? Yeah, good. That's very good. I want to dive into a couple of things, a couple of riddle questions for you in terms of what you guys feel as a group is important about quartet playing and illuminating the score. Like if you think about your role as sort of wanting to shine a light on different parts of the score, have you ever thought about it in terms of like making it very clear that we hear what we need to hear at different times? Who's the motor? Who's the melody? Who's playing transitional notes that lead into a next phrase? Where are the real arrivals? I get the feeling that you're already beginning to think in this way when you're playing. Have you discussed that a little bit? This kind of things, what to bring out and why? I mean, obviously, if you take something like your motor figures, yadam, badadam, 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 that's something that's keeping a pulse going. That's one type of idea. And if you think of that's obviously what we want to hear in the beginning. And we layer in a quartet things so that we hear texture, rhythmic texture. We hear harmonies, right, in terms of long held notes, and our ear is drawn especially to whatever melodic figure is most important. Sometimes that'll be solo in each of your parts, and sometimes it'll be in octaves between two. They're most notably further along in the piece between viola and cello. There are a few places where you're playing in octaves together, the same figure. Now, I want to bring up a couple of things. Can you play the A major second theme cello part? The second theme that you play so beautifully. Can you play that? The A major second theme. Beautiful. Now, I love that. And then can you play it the second time it comes in the different key later in the piece? And that one you just owned. It sounded so beautiful. I love that too. Can I hear that? No, later in the piece. No, later in the piece. When it's in a different key. After the development. And he's used to playing it quite openly because of the register and because more people are playing and it's louder than when the first violin comes in. What I would suggest to you in the first violin is when you play the violin first, even though it's dolce and soft, don't be afraid to be a little bit more vibrant and a little more outward. Can you play yours now? The first time, and play all four of you. Everyone else plays soft in the new character, but as primarius, do not be afraid to play a little bit more, even though it's a dolce theme, a little more vibrantly. You sound gorgeous. I would just like to hear you more in the texture when that comes. Do you know where that is? After the opening, can you start right there? And your figure is slightly different because you have some little ornaments that we didn't get to hear because when your left hand moved faster, you let the bow slip. Those little notes, the grace note type things in between the figures, make sure that the bow doesn't lose contact with your string. Can you play from there? A major second melody? In the beginning. About 4 lines down. Five lines down. I don't have my music with me, but I know the piece. Da 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 dee ba da dee ba this thing. It's the same melody that the cello has right after you. Yeah, you have it first. And play tutti. And I would just want a little more first violin. Yeah. Much better. Yeah. That still sounds plenty dolce and soft enough. But now I really hear you talking to us still, even though everyone's soft enough. You want to be on top, rest on top of that harmonic cushion like that, a little more present. Now there's another one. Second violin, you get to say the main theme once, down low in your register. That is one of the times where if I'm playing second, I'm like, my solo. That vibrate and sing. You don't have to worry about playing 5 or 10 decibels more and more vibrant on that solo. When you can you play that? It's low down on the G string. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. Very soloistic when that comes, because you're down in a low tessitura. Play that tutti, and let's really listen for the second violin.
60.
Now, okay, good. Now it went into what happened now that I really liked was second violin played it more. First, because of your tessitura being up higher, we're more floaty and easy sounding. But listen to what happened in the harmony when the viola came in. All of a sudden, the storm clouds have come in and we're moving away from a comfortable key. All right? So your sound can have a little more angst in it, a little closer to the bridge, a little more vibrato, and a little bit of nervousness, like what's happening? The weather's changing. It's not sunny. A storm's rolling into Manila. You know, something. So can we hear all three of these, starting with the warm second violin solo, the slightly transparent, more ease, and then, oh no, the weather's changing. Something needs to change in the sound there. And it happens in terms of your reaction to the harmony. Reacts to the harmony in your sound. Yeah. Try again from same second violin solo. Yeah, now one little thing, sweetheart, second violin. I hate to be a stickler, but dee da 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 dee. Your little notes are a little compressed. They're a little late. Dee da 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 dee, not dee ba da ba da. You understand? Dee da 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 dee. Keep the sound. Dee da 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 dee. Vibrate through the dotted figure and don't cheat the little note. Yeah, one more time. Now there's something you can help. Very good. Now, who has the motor? Which players have the motor figure when the viola solo begins? Good, good. Now, did yours sound nervous or calm?
I think it's a little bit calm.
Think about it. If we want him to sound nervous, what can you two do with? Should it be back end of the beat or front end of the beat? Think of it in terms of rhythm. I think maybe it should be a little bit more urgent. Yeah? And it's okay if the viola is a little bit urgent to move forward a little bit, like something's happening. Not a lot, not perceivably. But I don't think doing a calm with the sun still out is going to depict more phrased by the bar, not by the individual beats, in other words. Okay, do it again. And let's see if we can get more of a character change when the harmony changes. Good. There's one more thing that'll add to that. That's good. There's one more thing that'll add to that. The F sharp or the G flat or whatever it is in the cello. Give it a little bit more vibrance. Let's hear that note. First violin, still yeah, really, sing out. Make sure your long notes are very viola-like. All right, very viola. Don't drag the tempo, but give them some weight. Yeah, vibrate. Wait a second. Very good. Very good. C sharp minor, don't let the tempo go any further. You'll get more power if you hold it. Don't let it run anymore once you've gotten to that. What I also like that now that you did was we did 3 ideas and we had a breath between them and then a new urgency and then a breath and a new urgency. Make sure you don't step on whoever has the melody next in this. So really take your ideas and then new idea, change when the first violin comes in, and new idea, change when the viola comes in, and let us see that. Now, don't do that in a way that makes us lose time, but at the same time, don't step on the person who's starting the next melody, if that makes any sense. Once that happens, you can move a little. But once you get to C sharp minor, I suggest that keeping it firm will make it sound more powerful than moving ahead anymore. You want to have some heft to it. Yeah, let's try again. We're losing a little tempo. So I know there's a lot of detail here. So with this spirit, let go. Don't be afraid to fall off the horse. It's okay. You guys are very ensemble conscious. So you can be a little more daring, all of you. Don't be afraid. Yeah, one more thing, but much better. But can you do the a little more urgency for each of those 4? Can you do that? Just move the tempo a little bit more and then firm. Move those 4 a little bit. Can you go just from those 4? Go. Yeah, and then place that. So that she can say da-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, right? So we really bring that out. Yeah, do this, all of this again. This is getting very nicely layered. Good. Last thing, good. The motor in the first and the second violin, can you imitate the passion of his melody in your accompaniment more and more? Put some accents in and imitate it. Get into the accompaniment as much as he's into the melody. Don't be like, oh, I'm just going to be like, no. Yeah. Accompaniments are so important, right? So don't play any accompaniment ever. Always have a shape and somehow support whatever is in the melody subtly. Here you can do it quite a bit. You can really grow with him. And then place C sharp minor together, everyone. Last time. It's very good. Then we'll move to something else. Good. Yum, ba-da-dum, bum. It's excellent. Just don't go slower than what you arrived at. I love the outwardness of it. Just keep the tempo because you're going to be relaxing later, right? You understand? So in quartet playing, for me, developing section by section, a concept of how we move all through this. And when do we come to peace again? Look ahead in your music and you'll see where you come to peace again. In terms of the rhythmic figures relaxing and the color and the energy level relaxing. And how you get to that is very important. I would like now to hear just the beginning, and I want to talk to you about a couple of other motor figures from the very beginning of the movement, if we could go, please. Not to belabor this, but can we do the little fugato section, please? Let's do our fugato section, the fugue, the little mini fugue. You know what a fugue is, like a cannon. Okay, in the fugue segment, what is the surprising note? We have bum, beam, bum, bum, bum. What's the really surprising? Yum, bum, bum. It's almost like I really mean it, right? Don't let that be an orphan, right? When it comes in, bum, beam, beam, bum, beam, jump, bum, bum. Yeah, not late and not weak, all right? Try again. Wait. In your heads, when you have the most important thing is each fourth note being with the viola. You can't let the violinistic challenges of make you late on the second down. You're sometimes late on the second down bow. Can I hear the first and second do that together? Right. So don't think of this as a quarter note figure. You understand? Think of it as a half note figure, gesture. Otherwise, you're going to be late to his up bows in the viola. Okay? Try it with the viola, just you two. With viola, three of you. Yeah? Bom, beam, beam, bom, beam, jump, bum, bum. Good. Now, when you have the motor figure that's only yappa-pa-pa-bum, be careful that you don't stylize that you don't play it late and compressed. Yum, yappa-pa-pa-bum, not yum, yappa-pa-pa-bum, yappa-pa-pa-bum, late and fast. It won't work. It won't line up. But yum, yappa-pa-pa-bum, pa-pa-pa-pa-bum, pa-pa-pa-pa-bum. Make sure that your quarter note values don't start late. Okay, I know those are offbeats. Those are the second half of the half bar idea. Okay, now let's hear everyone play the fugue part. A little bit more first violin, even though it's marked less than the statement in the second. Okay, even though you're marked left, I still think it's coming out enough because of the part of the bow you're doing it in, it's already coming out less. I would still think more characterful. Character, especially the softer any of you play, the more important it is for us to remember to be in it and to keep we're still the same character. We have to have the character, yeah? One more time and go on, and we're going to skip to something else. Okay, now do you see where it goes? You have to think of every other one being more important and the one that's less important not being late and too loud to keep the half bar idea or the two beat idea. You understand? When it's stretto, one of you should do the stronger, the other a little bit less, but be careful not to be late, whoever comes in second. Do you understand? Can you show me that in first and second violins? You know where I mean, right? Good. Now, that's it. It's right there. It's right there at the end. Yeah, do you understand? Whoever does it first there, stronger. Whoever does it second, continues so that we have now, you can do that a little bit, maybe the first one, but I realize that you're trying to bring out the stretto, but I still think that the overall thing should be bigger ideas. It's okay, but just be careful of that when you get there. I think that's just my opinion. You might not agree because I know that they're both important. Let's go to the beginning now. Yeah, from the very beginning of the piece. Wait, do that again. Don't be afraid of your first note. Yeah, don't be afraid of the first note. Good. Viola, I have an exercise for you, and this is to encourage left-hand rhythm. I want you to play at the tip, 16th notes. Yeah, it's all 16ths. One moment, I have to tell somebody I'm busy. Hold on. Mr. Batchard, I'm teaching a masterclass in the Philippines right now. Can I call you back?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll call you back. All right. Sorry. So when you did that, it immediately calls our attention to what notes our left hand was laid on. Do it one more time. Now I want you to do it slowly with those subdivisions in your head, all on a slur, but a faster. No, not slowly. In tempo. Da dee da dee ba da da ba da da dee la da dee da da dee da da dee da da, and keep this going in your mind. No, don't go dum, but and go dum ba da dum, dum ba da dum. Come off the dotted figure sooner, and you won't have to compress. Okay, now when you play the melody with them, make sure your left hand is ahead within the tempo that you hear. If you hear them going, play the front end of the beat. Doesn't mean play faster. It just means don't play the back end of the beat. Yeah, front end of the beat. In jazz, we often sit on the back end of the beat or play on the back beat. But in this moment, as the soloist, the last thing you want to do is get behind your accompaniment. All right? Yep. Let's try it from the beginning one more time. You sound great, by the way. It's my only criticism is that a few of the left hand changes were late, and it wasn't many of them. When you did it with separate bows, it was only one or two. You've got to figure out where those are and be honest with yourself. It's not going to take a big fix because you've got great hands. So it's just being aware of it. Yeah? Okay. Now, all of you could also stand to do this. You could also all stand to do, because your first notes off the ties are almost all a little bit late and you lose tempo. The first note off the ties, when you have, each of you has it, don't be late off the tie, because otherwise you have to do one of these. And that's not what's printed. You understand, it becomes hiccupy. So let's make sure it's really, yeah, that we keep the left hand rhythm. Same phrasing with the bow. You'll actually be able to shape the notes off the tie better if they're not compressed in the left hand. Your bow arm will be able to pull them better. We'll hear the line much better, yeah? Okay, let's go from that. When that happens in all your parts, pick a spot and go forward. Also, your overall tempo, when I got into the details of the opening, got maybe a little bit on the sluggish side. Let's all think. Let's get that little rhythmic treadmill going, right? Yeah? You can start at the beginning. I would keep the second grouping of yum. I would do this placement later and keep the second entrance of the motor going first. Don't lose time at the second entrance of the motor. Do you understand what I'm saying? So yum. Use those upbeats. Yaradam. Yeah. Okay, try again from that same spot. I still feel like your bows need to phrase more. Go to the top note. Yep. Make waves of sound there. Vibrate with slow bow speed in the beginning, then open up the arms in your arpeggios. Yep. Good. I'm going to do something to help you with that. Good. Play that, what you just played, with backwards bowings once and try to phrase just as well. Try it with backwards bowings. All right? Once, and then we're going to do it forward bowing again. Go ahead. Good. Now, make the printed bowing sound like that. Make the printed bowing sound like the tip is the frog and the frog is the tip. All right? Should start again. Good. And all you have to do as first violin is place that downbeat. All you have to do is give them time to finish that and place that E. Do you know what I mean? Place it, and then it should all line up. It won't step on anyone. I'm still not convinced of the support of the sound up to the tops of those swells. It might not be a bow speed thing so much as a pressure thing. Don't lose the pressure as you go towards the tip, as you go up those arpeggios. Don't lose the contact of the hair with the string as you go up. If you move too much fast the bow only, it'll slip, right? Feel the resistance. Keep the contact in the index fingers as you go towards the tip. Don't let the bows slip. Yeah? One more time from that same spot. Good. One more time from the high E's. And in this next section, I want you to add some bow speed to those accents. Yum, save, travel, dum, dum. All of you. Let's really bring those, when he's drawing our attention to offbeats, let's really bring that out a lot, all right? And let your bodies move. Yeah, towards the hands, towards one another, away. Open up, open up. Don't lock your bodies still. Yeah, stand, sit on the edges of your seat with straight backs so that you're free left to right and keep your spines free and breathe. Yeah, da-yum, di-yum. One more time from the high E. It's right after, it's that place where I said you should set right after your trill in the first violin. And when you do that setting, you need to get closer to the frog. Yum, yum. Keep the bow moving while you cue where you're going to place that. Keep the bow moving. Don't let the sound die, because if you hold still, you'll be can't do it. Yum. Yeah. One before the high E. Yup, up, 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 up. And that a tempo. Yum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da. Don't be slow. 1 sec. Once you place that, in tempo. Yeah. Good. Good. Now I want to ask you guys to go to the development later. After go to the development when. Well, let's keep going. Let's go from, let's say, where you are. Just move forward maybe to. Yeah. Okay. Start at the fugue, the little fugato thing that we worked on, and keep going after that for a little bit. We have about 5 minutes or so, 4 minutes left. Okay, now, guys, I'm sorry to stop you because you sound great and I could listen to you and coach you all day. You're wonderful young players. But I have to ask you a final riddle. All of you have played melodies accompanied by motor figures, and all of you have played motor figures accompanying melodies. My riddle to you is, when you're playing motor figures, what is your general assessment of how melodies sound to you, with you or behind you? And when you're playing solos, what is your general assessment of motor figures, with you or ahead of you? And it's a rhetorical question because with that one question, I can improve your ensemble playing a lot. The motor figures are the boss. And one of the challenges about playing a melody on top of a motor figure is the motor figure is there to keep the tempo. And we have to manage to sound flexible in a solo over that melody without being behind it. So whenever you have a solo, do not be behind. Now that doesn't mean that a motor should push a melody. Do you understand? In quartet playing, unless it says to move forward or whatever. But the one area where I think you will reach your new levels of heights is when you really establish that, so that if the motor figure is really trying to drive and you're feeling behind, it might be that something that Ivan Galamian called correlation is not happening in your hands. Correlation in the chapter on practice, one of the last chapters in the Galamian book, Violin Playing and Teaching, is the idea that any action that we are to execute technically is preceded by the mental command for that action. Correlation in practical terms means that if I count to 4 and then on the next downbeat, want all of you to say pa. When I count to 4, if you're going with the ictuses, that's the bounce back of my strokes, and you want to say pa, right, with the bounce up there, your lips are together before I hit that ictus. And the moment of the ictus, you're releasing her, pa. You understand? 1, 2, 3, 4, pa. In violin or string playing, in general, viola, cello, violin, bass, finger has to be on the note, the bow has to have caught the string before the sound is made. If that correlation doesn't happen before the sound, you'll be late. Same thing with melodies, and it's finger first, bow second, sound third. Really, if you want to really organize it. And when you get into trouble, always look at yourself first, not the other members of your group, and ask yourself if you're late on that correlation when you're playing. if we play, and we just have to say, one way to do this is to pick apart your parts and just go, viola would just go ta 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 ka ta ta ka ta ta ka ta, and whoever's doing the other thing is going taka 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 taka, and you have a metronome going, and see if you can do that with your tongues together, because if you can't do it accurately together ensemble that way, you don't stand a chance of being able to do it with your bows. And now, I'm not saying that because you have bad ensemble. No way. You guys have already a high level of communication and really great playing. But to really take that to a high level is important, even when you're playing slowly. Oh, ta ta. You can ta out rhythms together as a group. I don't care if anybody walks by your practice room and thinks you're a bunch of nerds. Do it because it's good. You know, I don't care. I'm very unashamed. I am the total music nerd, and I'm proud of it. It took me 55 years to get there. So I think that is the one single thing I would do, is because when you do that, when you actually have to say it with your mouth, it forces you to breathe between sections. Yeah. If you have a faster staccato entrance, your breath will be shorter. And what I'd like to see in your cueing the next time I work with you is, depending on the energy level of the entrance, the breath should telegraph that energy level. These are the kind of things with an advancing young group like yours that can start to sound great that I would bring up. I would also encourage you to do scales matching vibrato colors, different types of vibrato and things like that, because you're all advanced enough to start doing that, and it'll improve each of you. And then finally, I'll tell you why quartet playing is so great. When I play with 3 colleagues, if I'm open always to criticism of the 3 other colleagues and to ideas of the 3 other colleagues, because it takes much less time to try a colleague's idea than to argue about it. It takes much less time. And if I'm open to criticism, and if when a problem happens, I always look at myself, what can I do better? Then you will create a very loving environment for your quartet. That doesn't mean sometimes you won't disagree. But if these principles are always observed, you'll have a better experience, and you have the free tutelage of 6 other ears besides yours. I've learned more from the criticisms of my colleagues in 55 years than I learned maybe from almost any of my professors. You're going to learn a ton from one another if you are open to one another, always. Because each of you can hear the others objectively, but you're hearing yourself subjectively, whereas others are hearing us objectively. That's a great thing. And you're all gifted musicians. So I hope you continue to play together and to grow. You sound absolutely fantastic. And what a pleasure it was to have a chance to share a little bit of my approach to trying to illuminate the score and bring attention to the right things when we play. And remember, that's our job. We're like priests that look at a Bible and have to give a sermon on Sunday, but we have to translate the sort of cryptic messages of the verses into a message that makes sense for practical life for the parishioners, right? That's what you're doing with your instruments. You're preachers. So you got to keep doing what you're doing. Go out there and preach.
Thank you, sir.
All right, bravo. Thank you for playing for me. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much, Maestro.
It was my pleasure. What a wonderful young group.
Being with the Manila Symphony Orchestra Music Academy Summer Out There for this first day, and we will see you again tomorrow.
Yes, I look forward.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, all best. Bye now.
All right. For our viewers at the YouTube of the MSO, we will be pausing this live stream, but you can access the same YouTube link to view the live stream of the chamber music groups at 4 p.m. Meanwhile, you can tune in to the Manila Symphony Orchestra Music Academy or the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra YouTube channels to watch the solo master classes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am teacher Sarah Maria Gonzalez, and I am here at the Circuit Makati Mall. I'm here with the Animato Quartet, and this is the third chamber music group that's going to present today. So, welcome to the 2021 Summer Out There International Music Festival. I'm going to introduce to you our teacher for this hour. His name is Maestro Alessio Benvenuti from Italy. Italian violinist, pianist, composer, and arranger, Maestro Alessio Benvenuti has studied with some of the great artists and teachers of the last century, such as Henrik Zering, Uto Ugi, with Dorothy DeLay at the Juilliard School of Music and Drama in New York, and obtained his postgraduate diploma in advanced performances at the Royal College of Music in London, studying violin with Maestro Yuri Jilin. In 2019, he was guest conductor and soloist of the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra in Vivaldi's Four Seasons and L'Estro Armonico held at the Ayala Museum. Our group performing this afternoon is the Quarteto Animato, and they are going to play. What's the title of your piece again? Can you introduce the title of your piece, guys?
We will be playing Mozart Quartet Number 7 in E flat major.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Quartet Animato, and later on they will be coached by Maestro Alessio Benvenuti.
Good afternoon, guys. Nice to see you. That's nice. Can I hear just the accompaniment at the beginning? Not too much staccato, the accompaniment. Can I hear just the accompaniment without the first violin? Tam pam 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 pim pim pam pam pam. And not too fast. Not too fast. Ta ta ti ta ti ta pam pam pam. Nice. Beginning is forte. Really? Nice. Beginning is forte. Just don't play this. This will not make any sound. This one, not. Okay, only accompaniment. Okay, second violin. Don't give any accents, huh? But no accents on the when you change it, like from this kind of stuff, staccato to the legato, on this note, don't make accents, okay? The same. Say the same volume of the notes. Don't give any accent to this. Okay, one more time the accompaniment. Okay, but now it's becoming too much legato. Now it's becoming the opposite. It's too much like this. It's too much on the string. Okay, staccato, but not this. This kind of staccato. Don't play in this part. Don't play with the wrong sides of the. You will do something like this. The sound. Just let the bow go, but it's staccato anyway. Okay, one more time, maybe we can already add the first violin. Okay, this one, cello and viola, tim tam pam 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 pam. This is very important. Tim pam 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 pam. When you go down. Just make a small opening of the sound. Tim pam 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 pam. You bring first violin, especially first violin, to the new phrase. One more time, beginning. Even here, when you finish this phrase, first violin and second one. Don't do accents on the end of the phrase. Don't do this, okay? Any accent. Don't make accents on the end of the phrase. And the other one is the same. Because this big mistake when we finish this small, this is not phrases, it's just a small, I can call pills. There's a big mistake even when you play with orchestra. Actually, some symphonies of Mozart is like a big string quartet. And this there is this bad habit to make an accent at the end. This is continuing with viola and cello. So don't make any don't make accent on this. Okay? One beginning again. violin. Da-da-da-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Don't make accent on the E flat. Dee-da-dum-pa-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Can you try to do it in one bow? Can you try to do it in one bow? Dee-da-da-da-dee-dee-da-da-dum, dee-dum-pum. I have the original score. In Baron Reiter's score is wrote like this. One bow. You can do this up. Just one more time. I have just violas and cello from upbeat of bar 5, 10, tam, pam, 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 pam. There is some mistakes of intonation here. Only viola and cello. Tim, tam, pam, 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 pam. Okay, again. Pam, 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 ti. Don't take these Mozart marks like you need to put accents. Just staccato, but always with the bow. Don't do this. It's not Mozart staccato. This kind of staccato, not the one in the same place of the bow. This one, not this one. Cello viola again from this part. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tam. Okay, you can add first and second violin. Just this upbeat, tin pam 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 pam. From there, cello viola we add also violin 1 and 2. Pam 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 pam. Upbeat to bar 5. From here. Okay, beginning. It's easier. Beginning, one more time. Easier beginning. Give a something at the beginning. You can really. Otherwise, the tempo will already stop. Let something. Accompaniment don't slow already in the second beat. 1, 2, like this. Yeah, this spirit going. We keep the tempo, but going straight. Don't throw back the tempo. Pam 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 tan tan tira ram pam. First violin, bar 9 and 10. Any kind of this. Same volume. Don't do something like this time. This thing. Right vibrato and expression. Okay, let's do beginning again. It's just 8 bars. This one, sorry, viola and cello. This one it should be a pam 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 pam, something to go. Don't throw the tempo. Pam pam pam, ti ta 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 tam. Even the volume of your playing. Don't play less on this. One more time. If it's possible, I will respect the original bow. If it's possible. Can we do from 9, bar 9? Is the one having the top note, this B flat? Even if first violin or second violin you play a little bit less, you add the other. Then the same, when it's bar 9, this figure go to second violin. So first violin a little bit less. Let's make this one coming out. Okay, let's do from bar 9. Even second violin and viola here. First violin a little bit less, but this one. Second violin and viola a little bit more. The opposite is on bar number 5. Can we do from 5? So second violin less, first violin viola more. Then from bar 9, first violin less, and second violin and viola a little bit more. Bar number 5. Can I give you a suggestion for the chords of some quartets is because this kind of is a little bit annoying. So the first violin can play this, just the 2 B flat, and the second violin you can do the bass. So it will become the chord will go out. First violin without the D and the second violin without the up B flat. The second violin will play this. Okay, let's go from beginning to here. A very nice spirit at the beginning. 3 and tim param param pa, like the divertimentos of Mozart. Can I say first violin? What bowing you are using on 14? Tan terim pam pam teran tan tin. Which one? T. Okay, it can be done. Okay, let's go from 12. D. Da, 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 da. Okay, piano but not slower tempo. It's piano but it's not slower tempo here. Same tempo. Bar 16 straight. Piano but not slower. There is not in tempo. Cello, you must help a little bit more with your thumb. Pum, pum, pim. This is one is giving the tempo. Thumb, pum. One more time. Bar 16. Ta-ram, pum, 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 pim. Very slow. It's making you slowing down. I don't know why. Same tempo. Don't make this high notes, this legato slow you down. Let's skip the tempo, okay? One more time, bar 16. No, it's slow. Only second violin and viola. The 2/16. Don't slow down the 16. The first bar is the problem. This one is the problem. Violin, second violin and viola. Together. Yeah, now it's better. You should make the point a little bit shorter so you can stop the bow and playing correctly the 16. Okay, the first bar is still the problem. The other one is correct. The first bar, 16. No. You need to play the same. If you play the point, you play the same with the dot note. Da, 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 da. If you stop the bow, you must stop the bow in the same part. Yes, that's correct. One more time, and then we do with cello. Okay, with cello together. Support them cello. Tim, pam, tan, tim. Your beat, downbeat. 3, 2, 3, 4. Ti, da, da, da. First violin, don't do variations. Tan, teka tam, 2 notes. Ta, sol, mi, re, ta, ti, 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 da, da, di, da, 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 di. Only the right notes. Third position. Don't play. Please. Bar 20. Don't add notes. Don't make or That is completely wrong. Ta-an-takatam. Just stop the bow before the 16th. Ta-an-takatam. One more time, bar 20. Okay, can we do first violin, second violin without violas? Viola and cello, please. Ti-in-takatam. First and second violin only. Without viola, no viola, no cello. You can stop the bow in the same time. No. Don't play triplets, please. It's the wrong part of the bow. We use the up part. Don't use this part of the bow for the pianos, just the upper part. You play and you stop the bow in the same side. 1, 2, da. Now is the second violin doing wrong notes. Re, mi, do, si, do, re. Don't play triplets, please. Yes. That's the correct. Pa, pa, pam. Very beautiful. Can we do slower, everybody, from 16? Now, guys, also viola is playing triplets. Ta, 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 ta. 2 notes. It's not 3 notes. Please don't make this mistake. Ti-in-takatam. 2 notes. Okay, sorry. Slower, everybody at the same tempo. Ti-in-takatata, ti-ti-ti, violin. First violin, you must really lead the quartet. And when it's not the first violin, please, second violin be the one leading the quartet. You must, even if you play, even if you play practicing tempo, it's lower. The beginning must be very clear in tempo. You do 2 beats outside, 3 and 4, and ta-ta-ta-tam. Must be very precise to practice together. Is the same, bar 16. Second violin can really count clear, 2 beats outside, 3 and 4, and ta-di-da-dam, like conducting. We are still in practicing tempo. Tam, titara, titara. We go with this tempo until bar until 28 for the moment. Let's start again 16. Don't Don't play faster from 24. For the moment. Then we will do in the right tempo. Just practicing tempo for the moment. 16 again. Faster, not faster 24. Pam 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 titara, titara, titara. For the moment the same tempo, not faster. 24 straight. You don't have numbers? No. 24 is tam, titaram, titaram, paparam. Okay, let's do same part. A little bit faster. We go already on the right tempo. We try to reach the original tempo. From bar 16. Okay, cello, don't rush this tam tam pam 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 pam. You coming from ti da da di ra 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 ram pam 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 pam. Don't rush these notes. When you go together, bar 20, ta di ra ram pam 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 is first violin. Mozart forte and piano in the same bar. It's supposed to be like an accent. It's not a real forte piano. It's forte piano in the same note. It's just a small accent on the first. It's not a real forte and piano in the second beat. It's a forte piano in the same note. Can you write this down? There's a small accent. Okay, we can do from same part. Now it's getting slower. So bar 20, first violin leading. Too slow now. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's becoming too slow now. Piano. Small accents on this, but it's still piano. Can we go from here? Bar 20. Yeah, that one. Tim, tiram. A lot of difference between pam 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 really forte and then then the other part is exactly almost the copy of the first part. Then we go from beginning to end, so we can try to play the first movement straight. So ready? 42. Okay, one more time, beginning. The right tempo. Okay, just one last thing, then I will let you really play. I'll try to let you play until beginning. Don't make any slide. No, don't make the fixed position. Don't make this kind of don't make anything of this. And when you have this viola second violin, very important these three legato notes, da 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 da, because it goes against the cello. The cello solo is da pam 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 da 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 da. The only legato part is like a small sustain, da 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 da, and also give the direction this because it's going up, da 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 da, pa 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 pa, make us like a not a real, but kind of crescendo on this. Okay? One more time. Beginning. It's true. The upper part a little bit less, but we are still on the forte, so don't change too much the color here. Okay? Beginning one more time. Okay, it's violin. It's violin. If you play tim taran taran ti, the other one is also tiram pam. It's not longer. Because the second time you play tiram pa tira ta, it's the same. Tim param param pi tiram pam is a short note also. Okay, one more time. Yes, correct. Because the first time you play, also the other one is short. Okay, one more time. Beginning to the end, then I think we are done almost. Okay, beginning to the end. slower. It's just piano, but it's not slower. Same tempo. Don't make the mistake of piano is slower than the forte, okay? Second part, 16. Same tempo. Sorry guys, it's sounding slowly. And it's the same tempo, it's just piano. One more time from 12, bar 12. You're slowing down in the piano, guys. Second violin, viola. Don't slow down. Same tempo. Straight from 16. We don't have too much time. Same tempo, same tempo. Okay, go from this one, from the fortepiano. 32. The same, first violin. Tan, tika, tam. 2 notes, no triplets. Okay, from here straight to the end. Tin, taka, tam. No. Play this. It's violin. You play this. Two notes. Don't play triplets. Okay, from dan, second viola, second and viola. From that part. And don't slow down again. Okay. Guys, it's okay. I really advise you if you can practice with a very loud metronome, because the only problem is the tempo, is the timing of this. Then this, of course, there is difference between the pianos and the forte, and but the main problem is the tempo, because it's usual when you play Mozart, even divertimentos or symphonies, even with the professional orchestra. Sometimes it's like the meaning of the piano of Mozart piano is like you need to play slower, and this is a big mistake, because otherwise, if you start playing slower, if you play just the piano, you will play slower even when you start again playing forte. So you need to keep the tempo. There is not so much secrets, it's just this at the end when you have this kind of stuff like even it's just changing from forte to piano. There is no tempo changes, really. This is the most important. Just try to practice with metronome if you can, and be very precise on everything. Start with the slower tempo, and so you start having really the feeling of the tempo of the whole movement. And another advice, when you practice quartet, you don't need, at the beginning, you don't need even to practice with the full colors. I will advise you to practice everything piano. Don't play forte when you play with the slower tempo. You will add the colors later, but just to have this sensation of the ensemble. Just try to play everything with the same color. Choose mezzo piano or piano. Don't play forte, don't play accents. Just this pam 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 pam. Just to have this sensation of the same tempo from the beginning to the end. Okay. Pity we have just 50 minutes. Is for sure we require a little bit more of job. Anyway, now I need to go for my vaccine. Today is my day. Guys,
Maestro.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Hello.
See you. Nice to see
Thank
you.
you. Good to see you. And I was listening in the last 20 minutes in your class. Wow, beautiful. And also I saw a little bit of your class with Jeanne.
Very pleased to help you, as usual, Jeffrey.
Yes, so nice to have you. Maybe tomorrow we're looking forward to the other classes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, thank you. Okay, guys. I hope you learned so many things today. I certainly.
My arm will be not pain. I'm going for my vaccine in 20 minutes.
Okay.
So my arm will be not painful.
All right.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Jeffrey. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Maestro, bye-bye. Thank you. And that concludes our chamber music master classes for today. Thank you very much to all of the teachers who have taught the groups. Maestro Odin Rathnam, Mr. William Harvey, and Mr. Alessio Benvenuti from Italy, from USA, and from Mexico. Once again, this is the live feed from Circuit Makati, and see you again tomorrow. We're going to start our live feed at 9 a.m., and one more at 10 a.m., and then the last one is at 4 p.m. See you. Bye-bye.